The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. After our first dupe dream in Vintage Story, we came back to Oxygen Not Included. We then used our rockets to go to different asteroids. We went to a water-filled asteroid, a lava-filled asteroid, and we also went to a frozen asteroid to get our final crop. After going back and forth multiple times from the water and lava asteroids, we made our last and final endgame materials. While doing this, we also finished upgrading our main base, and also found both the Temporal Tear opener and the Temporal Tear. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Timberborn. So, the last time we were here, don't remember what we did. Also, Gino, have fun looking. I did look at the star map when I was loading the game, and we do have our cartographer dupe, in a way, coming back from finding the Temporal Tear. We did find it immediately. So we have to come back to Chiliol and fix the Temporal Tear opener of that. Or the radiation going to the Temporal Tear opener because all of the buildings has broken. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to look at crew because we don't need a lot of crew. We pretty much just need a builder. You know, we'll take Willow and we'll take Gino. So we'll take a digger just in case. Let's send them to here. Starting the stream with a rocket launch. And I think we didn't finish automating everything into the cooling loop, but it does look like it did. That we did, I mean. And also, there has been an Oxygen Not Included update due to them having a new DLC. So one thing that I've noticed is magma looks different. It used to be just a red liquid, now it actually has an animation to it. And that's the only thing I've seen that's different. I mean, way down here would have been a better place to look at. I actually didn't even notice that until just now. We still don't have puffs, so we may run out of oxalite at some point in the future. I'm not sure what happened with that. Also, why is there slime over here? The polluted dirt is from the puffs dying and their meat turning into polluted dirt, but the slime? I don't know where that slime came from. This is a clean environment, so there shouldn't be any slime in there. We also have all of our foods. So I don't think there's anything else left to do on this asteroid. I think what we're going to be working on is Persephone, which is our teleport connected by our asteroid. And I was thinking about doing a cooling loop specifically for the aluminum that comes out of here. But I think we might just spend the rest of the stream just digging this out and not necessarily doing the cooling loop in here, since we already have a cooling loop set up. The bees seem to be doing okay. We did have another bee hive over here, but it looks like it broke. I don't know what would make the hive itself break. Don't see a thing that would cause it to break or not. The water looks a little different. Looks a little darker. And for the most part, they've gotten all the water picked up. No, actually, they haven't gotten all the water picked up. They barely put a dent in that. So anyway, our one dupe that's in this rocket is 2.5 cycles away. How are they doing in here? If all of our food goes away right now, we still have enough food. Or enough stomach to do this. And that's a worn atmosuit. So they can't put that back on. Everyone in here, for some reason, they're hurt. I don't know why they're hurt, but for some reason they are. So what do we want to do while we wait for the rockets to land where they need to be? I think we want to tell them to come up here and dig this out, right? So if I just go like this, then they'll start fixing up all this stuff. We could tell them to slowly dig out this asteroid before we even send anyone over to help. I don't think they'd be able to do it very efficiently because they have other things to do inside the colony. Half a cycle for that rocket to reach Chiliol. 2 cycles for our other rocket to come home. And then we're going to be sending that rocket back out to this planet, Persephone, with the other builder and digger. Since the builders can do super duper hard digging, they can also get rid of the abyssalite, so we don't need both diggers here. Point 3 cycles. I don't know what else to do right now other than to wait for them to get to their planets, so we are going to wait for at least this rocket to get there. I think once it gets past point 2, it'll start counting down from 90 seconds. It shouldn't be too long. There we go. We're within 100 seconds. Alright, let's focus on Chiliol now, because they're about to land. How much carbon dioxide is going to be stuck here? Let's make sure that this is not grounded so that they can use the stuff inside here. And I think I want to put a triage cot down here so that they can get fixed. Let's put a triage cot right there. Let's also look at our regular blueprint. We have nutrient bars. We'll put that over here so they have something else to eat. That's probably the stuff from the radiation stuff breaking. And this is a couple thousand degrees. So it's gonna take a while for it to dissipate. Let's start building in the radiation stuff after I put someone on here. Let's put Papa Rasputin because we're not gonna need the pilot. Radiation, radical generator. We'll use igneous rock because it's slow heating. It looks like the water supply in here is still working correctly. I wonder if there's a way for us. The electrolyzer separates water into oxygen and hydrogen. I wonder if there's a way for us to mix it back together in the game. I never looked into doing something like that. But I think that'd be pretty cool if we can. Okay, all of these need to be facing to the left. And then we get to see if that's gonna actually work. I could also add more above this, because that's only going to make 100 rad bolts per cycle. This needs 1,000. We'd have to wait 10 cycles. Do we have enough food for 10 cycles? We would need 30,000 calories in here. We do have more. We have definitely way more than 30,000 calories. We also have stuff in here that we don't need in here. So I'm gonna tell them to deconstruct all this and replace it with regular tiles. I have it on the wrong deconstruct. I want it deconstructing buildings only. I just broke pipes. Why did they still break it? What? I put it on... I know I pressed that button. I heard the noise. If you did that weird thing where it doesn't automatically click it. I don't know how else to explain it, chat. But I'm not going to sweep up anything that's in the rocket because we need to take that home, not leave it here. So they can take the water out, that's fine. And the remaining water should have just merged back down into here. Do I want to wait 10 cycles or do I make this work in 5 cycles? I'm gonna try doing the 5 cycle method by just adding more of these. We will need to add ladders over here. And how much igneous rock do I have? I think I have enough for at least 5 more. We'll need another one of these facing downwards. Wait a minute. I put the power in the wrong spot. Somehow someone was getting scolding. Let's put Gino in here. Wait a minute, did I do the math wrong on this? It's 20 rad bolts per cycle, but this is going to send off 50 at a time. I mean, this is actually going to send up 250. This should still cut our time in half. We'll have to... All of these will have to go off at least 2 times. And no, I'm not going to go further to make this like more efficient or whatever. We'll let them both go off 2 times. I could set up a 3rd set just so that the bottom one only has to go off twice, and then we can get rid of the other ones. This one's probably going to overheat if I don't put some drywall behind it. So let's do that. They do need some sort of atmosphere before they melt. There they go. It's already almost a vacuum down here, which is surprising. Wasn't expecting it to be a vacuum that quickly. Let's try to get down here so we can get all the debris. Hopefully that doesn't melt immediately. And we need to make sure to keep this open here. How's the radiation in this area anyway? We could probably use another 1 tile right here. I'm not sure why right here is so much more radiation than the rest. What is it? I don't know. I'm gonna place 1 tile right there and see if that changes this. This area we can't really do much about because we need it to stay open. And all of a sudden, with that, it looks like there's no radiation. It's definitely a different amount. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe this is made out of something different? Sedimentary. No, that's weird. I'm gonna ignore that. There's a little rover in the corner. Forgot about that. Our other rocket got home. So we can come in here and sweep everything out. I feel like there's something missing from in this room, but I don't know what it would be. It looks like everyone got healed. I really brought over so many dupes because I thought our buildings would fall apart. But it doesn't seem like they are. So I don't know, chat. Whoa, power issue. Why are we having a power issue? Hold on a second. We need the spawn to keep going, so I think I need a second or a third transformer. So let's add this up here. Let's put that on below so that we can get the spawn working again. That was a little bit weird. But now we have these separated from the spawn, so the spawn should always stay working, as far as I know. And that we shouldn't have lost much radiation from that. When they don't have power, they do lose their rad bolts over time. We'll take more food. I think when we first placed these down, I may have moved them up to 500 rad bolts. Now, if I did that, it would make it so that we'd only need 2 of these generators. Would that be quicker or take longer? Obviously, we'd have to wait the time for it to, you know, add up to that. I don't know, honestly. 2 rad bolt generators doing 500 rad bolts would be the same as 20 rad bolt generators with this amount of radiation going into them. If we had better radiation, we'd probably do better. Can they only get 20? It doesn't say that it has a flat rate. So we could be getting more radiation from something else. And we just shot off some. Why didn't this work? Too few printing pods. To open a Temporal Tear, this device relies on a network of activated printing pods. Alright. We do have 5 planets. We could go to the other 2 and put a printing pod there. So let's do Bold Uranus. That's not what I wanted. We'll send Bold Uranus over to there. And Chiliol is going to have to go to Waddlin. Two 2.3, 1.6, building melted, that's probably the radiation stuff. It's not actually, it's the ladders, that's fine. It is a few thousand, or 1700 degrees. I didn't know that we needed the printing pods. I'm guessing it's only saying 3 of 5 because we haven't unlocked the other asteroids. I would assume that if we had every asteroid unlocked, it would want all of the pods. Another thing we could do that may help us just from the melting of these is to build this into its own little tiny room so that the exhaust from out here doesn't, you know, heat it up too much. And so that we could use the oxygen to give it an atmosphere instead. 2 cycles. 1 cycle. Let's see how much these dupes can do on their own. Yeah. We need to figure out where this ladder is going to be. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would go to here. That's a temporary placeholder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is here. So we would need that to be a floor. Which requires us to do this. So we can do that and deconstruct this, and I think that's all we should do before it messes things up. We do also need to clean up all the debris that's all over the place. So we got all the debris from up here. We didn't get any of the debris from on this. I also don't think they can get rid of any of these. They can get rid of this stuff, but the abyssite, I don't think they're strong enough to do that. Let me look at their skills over here. Duplicate skills. We go down to Percephalin. You can't build. Okay, so we do have one that can do that. Mima can do the digging in the building. We don't have to worry about it then. There is... Oh, that's the exhaust. Okay, never mind. Oh, wait, we're not doing it this way, are we? We were, gonna do it differently. So I actually want to cancel that. We were doing it like this so that we don't have to build a floor. Oh, I put the cancel on buildings only. I didn't put the deconstruct on buildings only. That makes sense now. I'm gonna cancel that stuff. We actually do need one more ladder so we can get to this point and get rid of everything. Okay, how close are they to getting to their spots? 0.9, 0.2. I don't know why that switched from 5 to 2, so I'm guessing the people that are piloting the rockets switched. Once they get there, we're gonna have to see if they have enough fuel to get home, because we may need to send them home before sending them back to Chiliol. I don't know if they can do that trip all the way out there. Would have been... They have a 20 tile tile or distance that they can go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, that's 5 and 9. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Still 9. I'm doing math wrong there somewhere. Doesn't really matter. But anyway, we're at Waddleland. So of course, first thing I'm gonna do is find out where the mini printing pod is, right here. Send that there. I don't know what they're going to do. Oh, they're running on the power. Okay. I guess that's important. Oh, that's right. They updated how the water looks. So we're no longer able to see the different color in salt water, but we see this animated background where it has little salt crystals. If you go into the overlay, however, you can still see that it's two different liquids, color-wise. So if it's a little hard to see the animations, you can see it through that. Okay, we have the mini pod. Let's inspect it. Relocate this to inside the rocket. And also activate it. I'm gonna keep this open. And our other dupes should be getting pretty close to that Charibo asteroid. They shouldn't be too far out compared to the people on this one. How far out are they? Oh, they're landing on it now. Alright, Charibo. Mini pod, please. And we need to view interior and make sure this is not grounded. Okay, we got that set up. We can send them home right now. So let's select destination first. We have 10 available tiles. This is 5 tiles. We may be able to chance getting back, but I'm just going to send them home. Make sure that they don't, you know, get stranded. Knowledge warnings. There we go. What's in our pod anyway? Nothing that we want. Okay. So that rocket should be going back right now. No, what is going on? I acknowledged the warnings. I didn't do begun launch sequence. Yeah, the cats are playing downstairs. I was trying to figure out what the heck was going on down there. So Curious Sputnik has 9 tiles that they can travel to. This is 6 tiles away. So they'll have 3 extra tiles. On Charibo, we're going to inspect this. Relocate the data bank into the rocket. Then we're going to turn this on. And then this, we can send home. Come on, you can make it before you get too hurt. There you go. Well, why are you sitting there? Go. Send them back home. And that should mean that this is working. Ooh, it is. It's doing different things. It's got an actual different animation. It did look like we missed a whole production? Collection. We missed a whole collection of rad bolts. But we also probably don't need the dupes to be here right now. Welcome in, Regus. If you press abandon shit, the rocket gets there faster. But as I don't know. In space, there's the abandoned ship button. You can't press this until they get in space, from what I know. But it pretty much just makes the rocket explode. And the dupes, I don't know if they die or not, but I think they go along with the debris, which goes to whatever asteroid is the closest. So if I did abandoned ship like right here, I think some of the debris would get split between these 2 asteroids. I don't actually know, but I know if you're near one, all the stuff goes to that one asteroid, like it's pulled by gravity. I really don't know what happens to the dupes, though. But regardless, if this transformer can stay powered, we will be able to get rad bolts. I think I need to come in here and build another one of these, which wouldn't be too difficult. I can't build anything, but we're going to move the transformers up here because I have enough room for all 3. And then, well, that's not actually going to give us enough space. Never mind. We can raise the roof here 1 tile. That wouldn't be too difficult to do. Plus our water is lower by 1 tile, so it wouldn't affect the water. Oh, even the dirty water has an animation to it now. I didn't notice that before. On one hand, it looks like this is staying powered enough that we're not losing any rad bolts, but on the other hand, I think this is occasionally losing power. This may be automated, unreachable food. Papa Rasputin, that's Uranus. No, it's not. Wrong one. Sputnik. Oh, they all lost food. Gino has 1.5 cycles. Rasputin has 1 cycle. Willow has about 2. How did this happen? There's food on Chiliol, right? We're gonna have to come to Chiliol. We're gonna have to make an emergency detour. And hope that it only takes a cycle to get there. Let's go take 1.1. we're gonna have to go back. Let's load our last autosave. That should bring us to maybe being close enough to Chiliol that we can get there and have them eat and then send them back home. If not, we're gonna have to go to another save file so that we can send them to Chiliol before even leaving the asteroid. Alright, where is everyone at? They are right here. If I look at everyone, you have one cycle, pretty much 1.1, 1.5, 2 cycles. For each duplicate, they take 1,000 kcals per cycle. So if I switch you to here now, it says 0.7 cycles to get here. I am waiting for it to update that it's moving in living tile. Because I want to see what the update is. Still 0.5, so if the pilot stays piloting the rocket, we should be fine. If somebody else goes onto the piloting thing, then we're gonna have some issues. I also don't know if we have enough fuel to get from Chiliol to our main asteroid. So that's going to be fun to find out. Because although this should only be 4 tiles, I know it takes 1 to get here, 1 tile. I don't think this distance is counted as a tile. If it is, we may be in an issue. We can turn this rocket into a fuel transporting rocket. So I'm not too worried. Plus the distance from here to there is not too far. I think we'll be cutting it close, if anything. While they're not doing anything, I kind of want to move all the debris into one area. Just to make this look a little bit neater. And to give them something to do while we're just waiting to get back. I want this debris out here. There's an Arcanine in chat. That is an evolved Gen 1 Pokemon if anyone wants it. And it looks like they landed. They definitely are landing. So they have this food. I'm going to turn this down to a 4. So that they move it to the rocket refrigerator. Oh, we may be turning this into steam. No, this is salt water. The top one may be turning into steam occasionally. Alright, inside the rocket, we have 2,000 calories. Let's see if we can get them home. This is still... Now, I saw rad boats go in here, but for some reason it says stored. None. Yeah, this went off. feel like I'm having a fever dream that just went in there. Anyway, let's see if we can make it home. We are at the exact distance from home. Gino, you were a few seconds late. We can get home. Whether or not we're going to survive all the way, I don't know, but we do have some food. So let's get out of here. And let's see how long it's going to take to get there. So they should go to this tile, I think. Oh, they're going to this one and going down. I think they were going this way, though. Nope, they're going up and or over and down. We'll say this is 1.5 cycles. We should have enough. Welcome back, Gino, from the lurk. I think they're both going to get back around the same time, right? No, the bold Uranus is going to be back a cycle earlier. Okay, let's look at Chilio again. Building melted, it's just a ladder. We're okay there. It's still saying 0 stored. These definitely went off. Is this not the spot that I have to put the rat bolts in? No, it is. I am confused. Requirements. Radbolt input port. A radbolt port in this building allows it to receive radbolts. Do I need to build something for it? Gravity, so it's nothing to do. Do I have to duplicate this in some way? Oh, what? No. They get deleted so quickly. Oh wait, no, that's saying charging progress. If you look at the information of the Temporal Tear opener, it says charging progress 3%. Let's look at the next Radbolt thing that goes in there. Maybe it'll go from 3% to 4%. Our telephone's having overheat damage. I don't know, chat. That didn't get any better. Okay, it looks like every 2 Radbolt generators that go off gives us a single percent. So this is storing the Radbolts, it's just that we can give it a max of 1,000 Radbolts at one time. So if we're getting 1% per 2 Radbolts, that means per cycle of the Radbolts, we're getting a total of 5%. So these will have to go off 20 times. Well, now an additional 19 times for each Radbolt generator. If we were to double it, we could bring that down to less than 10 times. If we quadruple it, bringing us up to 40 Radbolt generators, we could bring it less than 5. We'll figure it out once we get back. Nothing in here. We don't need glass. We're making glass. The bold Uranus did get back home. So this can now go back to being grounded. And I want to just pick up everything that's in here. Let's also go on the Curious Sputnik and make sure that this is grounded for when it gets back home. And then I'm going to tell them to pick up everything even though they can't bring it anywhere. Do the same up here for all that food. How's our liquids doing? Looks like we're doing okay. There's a little bit of lag here, or we're not going to have enough power for something. But it looks like we're getting better. That's just the amount of time that it took for us to put the petroleum into our rocket, because I think we're not going to have another lag spike in here before we start doing that. Starvation, we should be okay. Let's take a moment to look at how far away they are. They are 0.3 cycles, so let's say they all need 300 kcals. So Papa Rasputin is not the one that gave us the warning. They have 2.3 cycles. Gino has... We'll round that up to 1 cycle, so they're definitely fine. Willow has about 9 or 0.9 cycles, so everyone's fine. They have enough time to land and also to walk over. So everyone's safe. We saved. We're getting our power back on just in time for us to have the other rocket land, which is going to take the power away from us again. And we're probably going to go into a very large deficit of power because we're going to have to fill the rocket completely. It's going to be 100% out of fuel when it lands compared to this one, which may have had just half the fuel that it needed to fill. But anyway, it does in fact look like it doesn't count the distance between these two tiles from orbit onto the asteroid, but it does count the tile going to orbit. Because I know when it's in orbit and you tell it to go back home, it just immediately goes home. It doesn't have to like do a wait time. Okay, so they should be landing. This is going to be a very fun time waiting for it to fully fill in. I wonder if we filled the tanks from the top one first, if it would travel from the top tank to the bottom tank through the rocket rather than us having to fill this, then fill this. If you guys get what I mean? Like in Kerbal Space Program, we were able to fill just one rocket, or we were able to tell it to take fuel from one fuel tank and put it into another one, which made it feel like we were taking from it. I don't know if that made sense. Either way, we do need to fill the tanks. That was sweep. I meant to do mop, but sweep is okay. Oh yeah, are we still sweeping anywhere? We are sweeping right here, that's fine. Okay. And we don't have anywhere to put artifacts, right? Is that what they're called? So it's definitely not liquefiable. It's not that stuff. I would... Rare resource, maybe? We're definitely gonna have to put that. Story trait? No. It's definitely not a seed. It's definitely not a tech component. I would doubt that it's a sublimator. I know it's not a critter egg. we clean up the things that you get from the different asteroids? I don't think there is a way to clean that up other than to put it on a pedestal. Yeah, it's an ornament. Okay, well I saw the double helix, so we'll put that there. I don't know if there's another thing here. It does say blender, but I want to make sure that the blender's there by being able to visually see it. Okay, it is there. So we'll take the blender. This is gonna need the other thing. Is that... No, we definitely got both rockets. We want the strange brick in here. And it doesn't say that it's available. So it's in here somewhere. It's not this rocket. It's this rocket. We want this. So I'm gonna relocate it. It's right here. The rest they can do whenever they get time to. How is our Temporal Tear doing? What percentage is it up to? 8%. Okay. We definitely are overheating this area. 120, really? I'm surprised that these have not melted yet, but I guess that's because it's made out of igneous rock. I should probably put tiles here so that if the ladders break, we can still get to it. I don't know, chat, but I think by the time we get back to here, we're not going to have to worry about the rad bolts at all. Maybe we should be at 10% now. Or, no, it would be 9. Yeah, we're at 9%. So these have gone off twice already. These two are going to go off and give us that 10th percent. Alright, can they do this? Artifact of interest. We have entombed artifact right here. Skill required operation. Only duplicates with the aesthetic design skill can operate this building. Aesthetic design skill is our 2 decorating dupes, so they can do that whenever. Let's pull this onto a 6 so that they can do that quickly. Because I think they just need to put this in the building and then it'll say it as the 25 kilograms. I think the kilograms is the same thing for each... Yeah, each ornament is 25 kilograms. So it's just saying that it needs a thing supplied to it before it can do anything. They should be cleaning this out, they should be filling it as well. Obviously they're doing things that are probably more important. I kind of want to switch the, actually we can put 2 ornaments up here, can't we? I think we can. Let's actually take this off. I want to put the blender here. And I want to take the useless machine off and put the double helix there. We'll then put the useless machine here. And then once they do this, we'll put the brick up here. So this probably lost its room bonus. It looks like they at least put the thing in here. They did. So we just need somebody to do it. What is going on? Through my headphones, I keep hearing weird noises. I'm guessing someone outside is doing something. Can you guys sweep this stuff up a little bit quicker than you are? They didn't even do it here yet. Hopefully that will get them to do it quicker because I put it on a 7. And how did you get outside? Okay, to clean this out a little bit, there's just a lot of dirt there, so it's going to take a little bit. Niobium, glass, and iron. Does that mean this is not a room? No, it still is. The washroom needs 12 tiles, there's 14 tiles. There's actually 2 tiles more than what they need. That's fine. This is also almost full of food. Are we running low on space food? I think we are running low on space food. Wow, I never had that issue before. I'm also trying to figure out what foods they did not add in here. So this should be anything that's an ingredient. No, this is something that's not ingredient. Hold on a second. This drops food. I don't know how that works because we can't see it from this. Oh, that's the hand drop food. Okay, so this should be anything that's an ingredient. Barbecue is an ingredient, so is bristleberry, bog jelly, fish fillet is an ingredient, grapefruit's an ingredient, lettuce is an ingredient, mealwood is, meat is, mushroom is, egg, raw fish, plant meat, all that is an ingredient. Omelet is an ingredient. Spinach grapefruit is an ingredient. Tofu is an ingredient. This should be the same as this, where it has all end goal ingredients. So serpent turf, stuffed berries. Mushroom quiche is an end goal. Muckroot. Frostburger. Do I have frost bun on this? I do. Okay. That's because this Where does this lead to? It does lead to over here. Oh, frost spawns are way over here. Right? Don't make a frost spawn in this. No, you do make frost spawns in here. So that could have been frost spawns that were getting destroyed, but we would have been able to pick it up from this one. Okay, so this is still correct. We don't want frost spawns on this. And this needs to be cooked seafood as well, which it does have. Okay. So this should be the same as this one, because they're both leading into the same place. So since we know that this is correct, I'm going to copy settings from there to here. That should stop any polluted dirt from forming in this area. We do, however, need to find another thing to put space, or to use for space food, and I think we have to get the nutrient, the muckroot nutrient excellent food. Okay. Curious Sputnik has almost 0 food. We're gonna put it all in this. I'm gonna make sure to get everything. Hexalent, muckroot, nutrient, bar, and swamp chard. So this should move all of that up to here. We are gonna have to set it up to being almost any food, I guess. I don't know what to do, chat. Chili all. We're up to 14%. We definitely do have to come over here and get this power situation restarted. Because anytime this aqua tuner turns on, it takes most of the power away from this. And that should be just because each one of these is only 400 watts. Right? 800 watts. So when it gets to the aqua tuner turning on, it takes 1.5 hydrogen generators just to keep that running, on top of all the other things. The Spam and Aqua Tuner alone take the 2 generators. We definitely do need a third to make sure that this stays running at all times. So we definitely do have to bring people over here. So, what I'm going to do now that we have that food is pick random weird things to put in here. So let's see. Let's go through all of our Serpent Turf. Can I have you guys do these sometime soon? This, for some reason, says that there's nothing selected for it. Apparently didn't click Blender, but now I did. Did they do the other thing? I'm gonna say they didn't. They did not. Okay. Because I don't think we get a room bonus up here if there's no item in that. I might want to make this an 8. There we go, now they're going to do it. So now this should be back to being a banquet hall. And it looks like we're always down a suit over here. We have 4 suits here. For some reason we have an extra suit. I don't know why we have 2 suits here, but we have 2 suits. I am going to tell them to clean up this area. Just because it's been a while. I also think it's time we kill off a bunch of these slugs. Alright, this rocket is ready to go back. Let's send them back over. This, we're going to select crew and put Sophie and Dupe on here and send them over to this asteroid. They may get a little bit overheat damage. Or not. Oh, wait. I don't know if we put enough food in that. That's Uranus. Yeah, they have enough. Yeah, I don't think this whole system here was worth trying to do. Collecting the stuff from the steam. Where did our doors go? Let's put some insulated doors here. We could do igneous rock. It's slow heating and it has an overheat damage. Although we could do ceramic. Let's do ceramic. We don't use that for anything. Don't know if we broke them or if they just broke on their own. Anyway, half a cycle for this one. Probably a whole cycle for the other rocket. 1.5 cycles. So is it a quarter cycle per tile? No, because that's half a cycle, so that's half, one more. Oh! Half a cycle per tile. Okay, that's easy to figure out then. So from here to up here would be 1, 2, 1.5 cycles. 1, 2, 4. This would be 3 cycles. Good luck catching that Pokemon, Gino. Cherim has 2 different forms. And it all depends on if it has sunlight. It will open. Right now it's like a rose with its bud closed. When it has harsh sunlight from the move Sunny Day, or from just harsh weather in the game, it will open, and you'll see a little berry, or a little flower, I guess. These guys should be pretty close to getting there. Yeah, they are. So we're going to be focused on this asteroid for a little bit. I'll start that as they get here. I should probably also tell these guys to sweep up this area. That's mop. That's sweep. Congratulations, Gene, on catching the Pokemon. I am also going to tell them to deconstruct all of those ladders. Since we're doing it from here, let's do all of this as well. So it's pretty much just that row right here. Okay. Over here, I do want to deconstruct all. Chilio, how close are to Chilio? Still cycle out, okay. Oh, wrong one. Oh, they're gonna be stuck over here now. Didn't think this through. Alright, they can get themselves out of there. And they're not going to be able to grab that, so I need to put at least one ladder right there. So they can grab these two tiles. I'm surprised the bees are living this long. I think the bees over here may have died because they couldn't get to the uranium quick enough. Oh yeah, there's no uranium in their area. Everything's blocked by a tile. So the same thing is probably going to happen to these guys. These guys are out of it for a while. These guys have quite a bit right here that they can get to. These guys are out. Trapped. Oh, yes you are. Now I'm gonna sneeze. I think I caught that. And they can't grab that, so I'll have to put a ladder right there. And also tell them to sweep all that debris. What broke over here? I guess the water was too cold or something. I also wasn't paying attention to them landing on Chilio. One of our main problems over here is that this gets too hot from the exhaust, which is making the salt water turn into regular water, and then into steam. I want to know why they're not able to mop that up completely. There we go. Alright, the next thing that I wanted to do was this. And to move this pump up one tile, so we're gonna go just like that. Same thing with the power, just up one. Actually, just to fix this weird looking power spine there, let's do this. And then deconstruct that. Place that in. Place these in. Hopefully we're not destroying the salt water. And instead we're pushing upwards. It does kind of look like it's going up here. So we should be fine. Let's deconstruct all this. Wow, we can grab it all from up here. We're also going to go like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we need to do all of these tiles. And the new power spine is going to go up like that. I should probably also get the no, if I do automation, it's going to shut this off, so never mind. Alright, I am pretty sure I need this pipe built right now. Thank you. They must have heard me say it. Because I was starting to get worried that we were going to run out of water here. And it looks like every time they add in a tile, the salt water goes a little bit more. Starvation. Papa Rasputin right here is starving. Please tell me, you do have food, you just didn't come over here yet. Okay, we're about a quarter of the way done filling this rad bolt, or filling the rad bolts in this. Let's also mop that up, that's probably just residual steam. There is water over here again. Why? What is creating water right here? What? That's not making sense to me. I don't know where that water cave come from. Like, I can understand if a bottle's there and the bottle's too hot, it pops the bottle. Let's go back to Persephone for a moment. They finished sweeping all of that. Let's tell them to sweep all of this. And then I think we're ready to go down another 4 tiles. So let's do... I'm gonna pause, because I don't know what this is gonna accidentally dig up. We can deconstruct that, because we don't need to do that. Then cancel all the dig commands of plants. Tell them to deconstruct that and these. I was going to tell them to deconstruct all this and then put a ladder right here. And here. And in this area. They should be smart enough to deconstruct this before digging anything. Deconstruct all of that. Is there anything that they're digging over here that I don't want them to dig? Aside from these plants, no. Okay. They should be fine to be on their own for right now. We'll have to pay attention to see if they get a, Papa Rasputin, why are you still being a starvation error? Are you unable to eat surf and turf or something? Yeah, it's a yes to that. The rocket's grounded. There we go. And a bunch of this food just rotted. Rotten surf and turf, yep. Alright, we have about 10 cycles of food here before we have to go home. Most of that should be the non-spoilable stuff. Alright, now that all this is completed, we can go in here and deconstruct. Not all. I want to make sure I don't get rid of things I don't want to get rid of. Get rid of all of this. That'll allow us to build this power stuff. It will also allow us to move this up one. Alright, let's move these up here. We're just going to make a loop right there, but that'll be fine in a little bit because we're going to deconstruct this after the power is built in there. This, we're going to deconstruct right now and get ready to move it up immediately. I need all that done immediately. It's probably the most important power network system right there. And in terms of how we're going to get power down here, we're going to go like this. This one we'll have to do after we get this all built in. Okay, now that that's connected in, we can deconstruct... do I want to deconstruct any of that, or do I want to just snip it off? I think I just want to snip it. Because then we can just do this. That's not what I meant to press. I meant to press O to rotate. Oh, that's right, that power is not going to be here. It's going to be like this. We actually want to go down like that. Separate that and go straight across here. Okay, that's all good. We can deconstruct this. We can deconstruct these. We can deconstruct these. We can now put in our automation, which goes all the way across to there. Our tubes. And this. That should be everything. Which should allow us to have more power. Meaning that this never loses power. Why is this not always running? Oh, we're just not making enough. Huh. Okay. Now it's not a power creation issue, it's a hydrogen creation issue. We can't create enough hydrogen. Or I should say we can't create hydrogen fast enough. I could do solar panels. Let's try and get solar panels built in this asteroid. First step is to do that. I don't think I have all the stuff we need to build solar panels. We're gonna try it. I wanted to make sure that we have food over here. We do still have food. Let's go to Persephone and see how they're doing. They dug everything, which is good. Alright, this oxalite that's up here is not coming down very quickly as I thought it would. So I'm going to come up here and dig it because there's debris on top of it. Alright, next step is to build one tile right there. And then destroy this tile and this tile. We're gonna have to put in one of these right here, but it needs the tile above it to be free. Once that's built, we can deconstruct these and let the water or the liquids flow through here. And then solar panels. I had a feeling we wouldn't be able to do it because we don't have glass. So we'll have to set up a way to get glass over to here. And just so we can walk across here a little bit easier, let's just do a ladder across there. We got to 26% before power started becoming an issue. We're also going to need to be able to get up here, so let's do this. And also this, so we can get down into this area. We should probably also change these to igneous rocks so that they stop destroying themselves as quickly as they have been. I don't think I can make ladders out of wolframite, right? No. So there'd be no point in trying to pick up the wolframite, which is a metal. At least this should keep it away from melting for a little bit longer. Persephone. They're doing a lot of sweeping. Let's start telling them to deconstruct this stuff. And I just realized that this is probably injecting heat into the surrounding area. We're probably going to want to change that before digging out down here. Copy these things to that. Deconstruct this. Build an insulated tile right there. You should be able to reach that. You can. So I'm guessing whatever is left here, the debris... Oh, that's glass. Never mind. We will just sweep up the glass. That allows me to build this back in, or dig that back up. Chilio, what are we doing? Still building. Almost done building, though. Almost time to send it back home and get more food in the rocket. A little bit of cobalt there from the leftover sweep commands. I think it might be worth moving this debris stuff into here. I'm gonna move this door over so we can have a box and the dropper. Does this count as industrial? How do I know if something's industrial? Where does it say it? Category. Okay. So this is not industrial, but it can be submerged. I'm gonna deconstruct all of this. I don't know if that's gonna mess with this. It looks like it doesn't. This will make sense in the future, but not for a while. Willow is stuck. I'm gonna put a tile there just so that Will can get out. Can I have this tile done first, please? There we go. Willow was saved. Deconstruct that and auto that. Move this over a tile. What I'm doing is trying to move all the debris over without having to move the water by sweeping it or mopping it. Eventually the water is going to be in the same spot, and I'm hoping that the gas that's in here gets destroyed in the meantime. Doesn't look like the gas is getting destroyed, which is unfortunate. Another thing I'm doing by doing it this way is creating a liquid lock from the debris. Alright. That's going to be the last thing with this right here. This is sweep only, all. And now we just have to build 2 tiles to get this moved over. And that's the last tile. So now this may be a little weird. We could switch these so that they have a tile to stand on. I think I will do that, now that I mention it. Let's deconstruct those 2 tiles and just move this over. We have to do a tile that's above because sometimes the debris will go above the tile that you're placing in. And I don't want that to happen. But now they at least have a tile to stand on before they go through the door. And the polluted water, that doesn't matter. That's okay. Although it will off-gas. But now there's regular water. So now it can't off-gas. Pod? We'll do some sand. Oh, we also haven't done a prediction in a while. So let's start doing our predictions. In the top left corner of this little blue pod, is that going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide, starting right now. Sometime after 10 minutes, we'll see what we get, and we'll immediately start the next one. Alright, we moved all that, which should mean we stop getting steam and water building up in this area. Let's send everyone home. Come back with glass and build in some solar panels. Again, launch sequence. Everyone should be inside already. They are. Can I not get into that already? But in here, it's going to be grounded, so that when we land on our main asteroid, we don't have to look at that again. They swept everything I told them to sweep, so let's tell them to sweep the more stuff. And then we may need to take a break in a couple minutes. So once I finish sweeping up this debris, and I'll queue up these, and then we'll take our couple-minute break while I get to check my laundry, make sure that my bed sheets are dry. When we come back, our other rockets should be landed and have a lot more surf and turf inside. Because although it looks like there may be a lot of stuff, it should be just one duplicate picking up each type of debris. They might even be able to pick up all of this regolith at the same time. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, probably not. Yeah, they had to do a couple passes just to pick up all of that regolith, but that's fine. They now only have 3 things left to pick up, and actually not 3 things. Right now it says 5. But we have 5 duplicates, so if all 5 of them could come up here and pick everything up, that would be done right away, but it looks like only 3 people came out. So it should leave 2 things here, except for something at a lot more than what 1 duplicate could hold. Alright, that's all swept. Let's queue up this, and then we are going to take a quick little break, and I will be back in a couple minutes. There we go, now we're back. Sorry about that. For a second there, the game wasn't loading because there was an autosave. And it took me a little extra longer to get back from doing the laundry because I also fed the cats their daily, kind of like yogurt treat. So let's check in on the Sputnik. Currently grounded. Let's pick up all that. Let's find out why we're not getting food delivered to it right away. This is full of surf and turf and pickled meals, so it should be getting moved around. Curative tablets are going to be moved up to this, I think. Yes. Snazzy Suit can be relocated to right here. And then it is moving stuff around. Okay. Has this been done yet? It hasn't. I'm turning that on to a 7. I don't know why. We have 2 decorating dupes. I don't know why they're not doing that already. Check in on these guys. I think we're ready to do another row. Although over here is going to be a little bit different because we need to get these layers. I also need to do a deconstruct all on this side. So that we can get rid of everything. Nobody should get trapped if we do this correctly. There we go. And if we deconstruct those... That is still on the demolition command. Okay. We do the next 4 on this side. Of course, canceling the crops. And deconstructing the ladders as well. Then we need to add ladders. At least in those places, and also here. Over here is ready, so we could just do the dig command on the entire asteroid, so let's do that. This side shouldn't really need anything except for ladders, I guess. This side needs at least one ladder there, and one there. And all that should be available. Let's check in on Chilio once the autosave is done. We're still hovering around the same percentage, so we're not really getting better. So while we're at Wadado, let's grab some glass, which would be right here. Raiders? Who's raiding in? Willow! I'm now raiding in myself. Welcome in, everyone. For those that don't know me from picking on Willow all the time in her chat, my name's Codeman9000. On my channel, we play a selection of all my games in a specific order to showcase mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter on medieval city builder games like Settlement Survival, Manor Lords. We did a chapter on modern city builder games, mostly City Skylines. And now we're in Space Trial, which is right now all about Action Not Included. And we're trying to open the Temporal Tear for the first time ever. I've never done this before. We're at 26% done. We're right now using Radwell generators, because I don't know what I'm doing. If anyone has a way to help, I would gladly appreciate any type of advice. We are at our main asteroid of Wadado, so that we can get glass to make solar panels so we have constant power. This is the amount of rad bolts that we're getting per tile. During the peak of day, it's about 250 rads per cycle. And if I did the math correctly, these running at full power should have to go off about another 16 times. But we're obviously not getting power anymore. We were getting enough power through these three, through just the spawn, but the spawn's not making enough hydrogen anymore. So anyway, Will, how was Oxygen Not Included? And what was the secret word of the day? Welcome into Slig, GTB, raiding and running. That's fair. Have fun, Willow. She bailed already. That's okay. Welcome in, Leofar, Tito, Oz. Secret word was lightning. Okay. What did Willow end up doing at the end of the stream? I don't remember what she was doing when I had to start streaming, so I don't remember. Anyway, let's go back to Wadada. We were just about to move glass over to there. So I'm just going to go like this. That is going to tell them to make a bunch of glass. So I'm just going to grab, if I can grab the glass. You can do it. I went past it. There we go. Relocate all this into here. Normally I would put the tile storage bins, but since it's just one item, I don't really care much for that. She tried to kill her seahorses. I remember at one point she didn't have water in her thing, and she was trying to fix that. I need a way to tell. I think I'll wait until I do one thing of glass. How much glass gets made at one time? Let's look at sand. This should probably tell her. Go down further. Makes 25 kilograms of glass. Alright, is somebody gonna come over here and move this? Also, for those who've never been on my channel while we're playing Action Not Included, we are only currently playing with Spaced Out. We will be getting into another asteroid where we'll be doing the Frosty DLC once we go through Temporal Tear. And I have about 2 hours to do that. We also have the first prediction of today ready, so let's do that. And then we'll immediately start another one for everyone that's coming through the raid. We have 6,900 points in bottoms and 30 points in wallpaper. So let's see what we get for our first pod. We got an Atmos suit helmet, which I consider part of tops. So unfortunately, I'm stealing all the points. Well, that's okay, because you guys get to start another prediction on what the next pod is going to give us. Is it going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? It's slightly different than how Willow does it, but not very much different. So you guys should probably understand what each one is. You guys have 10 minutes starting now. At some point after 10 minutes, I'll open it. Now, they did move the glass in here already. They did put the food in here already. How long does this surf and turf have? It's not stale yet. So let's get these guys out of here before that becomes stale. Going all the way back to Chiliol, where our Temporal Tear opener is. And also before they go up there and pick up that glass and move back down here. If I can get them out of here before someone grabs that glass... Actually, they won't grab the glass because I didn't set the storage bin. Once it's set, there we go. I can put this back to being glass. Oh, didn't mean to do that. And then we focus on Persephone, where we are slowly mining out our teleporting connection asteroid. So we go down... Is that 4 or 5? I can't tell through the beach gas. There we go. All the way across. Now, I tell them not to dig the plants because they're just going to dig the tiles anyway, so what's the point? Telling them to dig that and then the tile. And then we're also going to tell them to deconstruct all the ladders. I'm doing this in a way that they can always reach the ladders as they're deconstructing things. And this should be set to all. So we do all of that. Then we need ladders here, here. Actually, we don't need we don't need ladders here at all. They can grab this ladder from that one. We don't need ladders there, but we do need ladders here. That should get us all the way to the edge. We have some debris right here that I forgot to tell them to get, so we're actually going to cancel all of that and make sure that they pick up all that debris that's on Neutronium. And then back over here, I don't think we need ladders anywhere. They can reach 2 tiles away from them, so they can grab these. They can't grab these. Let's cancel that ladder then. And they are going to take a cycle and a half, so pretty much the start of the cycle 2 days from now. So not cycle 2294, but cycle 2295. They should be at the asteroid. That's the wrong one. There we go. They did dig the tiles that they couldn't reach, so we're going to deconstruct all that. And we do have the same digging area to do over here. Just like that. Then we need ladders. Like that. Oh, they actually have some debris right here that I forgot to tell them to pick up, so let's also cancel all this digging. Get them to do this. And what happened in chat? Thank you for the follow, GTB. In some point in the future, follows will be anonymous. I don't try to put too much focus on it. I just say thank you usually. But we are going through a channel change in the future. I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. I've been focused on Vintage Story too much. So I haven't done any background stuff for the channel in a while. Don't we all? Yeah. Did they get all the debris from over here? They did not. Can they get to it? They can. They just didn't do it yet. Okay. Can they get all of this from down? They can. Look at that. Okay, so that's all done. Almost done all that. We do still have to tell them to sweep up all of this. Alright, we should have one more cycle on the rocket that's in space. Cody plays on it? Yes. Welcome in, Wellbred. We are working on using the Temporal Tear opener for the first time. About 26% done, but we're having a power issue, so we're not really generating rad bolts. And we're setting a rocket over that's going to be making solar panels, so we should be fine in a little bit. Once we do that, we'll be making another playthrough where we will be doing the Frosty DLC. And from here on, after we get out of this playthrough of Just Spaced Out, if someone dies, we are not restarting the save file. We will no longer be doing save scum outside of this save file. It will be a rule that I will have a hard time trying to follow. Unless it's something stupid. Like, if oil automatically flashed into sour gas, and I had no way of preventing it immediate, like if it was an immediate state change, and someone died because of that, I might restart for that, but... You're already breaking your rule, sir? What do you mean? It's not a rule for this playthrough. This one is needed for the main story, so we needed this one to have all the duplicates and everything. We definitely didn't kill Wubby about 7 times in one stream. Wubby is our cook, and was our main cook. We were talking about breaking it. That's true. Just because you're right doesn't mean you should say it, Oz. So that makes it pre-broken. Let's go over here and reset this up. And again, cancel the plants, deconstruct those 3 tiles, and all the ladders up here. And then we have this area, because we won't be able to grab those after we go down another 4 tiles. We're almost to what I'm considering the bottom. We're not going into this neutronium line here. We're keeping the core of the planet intact. We will be mining out all of this and all of this corner, but we won't be going around or through this area. And this is just so we have something to do while we're waiting for, you know, rockets to go back and forth from asteroid to asteroid. No, they can't get down here before building some ladders. It looks like they're going to deconstruct everything before Sophie starts building ladders. But it is the start of the next day, so we're probably going to have the builder come over. And I want to dig this out so we can pick up all the debris from there here. think once we get everything to this ladder height, I'll take a moment to sweep up this section, and then we'll go down a ladder height each time and sweep up the next layer of stuff. We actually didn't need that ladder at all. You're gonna get stuck. I already know it. Dupe is gonna get stuck up on the neutronium that they can't jump down from. Yep. Called it. Don't just walk away. Okay, there we go. Are you getting asteroids? What's that noise from then? Sounds like a battery noise. Alright, oh well. Sweep up all that. And this one eggshell. That's mop. That's sweet. Did I do mop over here? I did the right thing over there. Alright, all this area, please. Deconstruct all of this. This is already dug out completely. Let's put ladders in here. Actually, they can't do this side yet, because I want them to sweep this up, and they won't be able to grab that once we dig 2 tiles below it. Oh, the rocket did just get the chili off, so we can start putting in the solar panels. Or over can I build this? This one can go right there. We're gonna definitely start it from right there then. I don't know how many we're gonna fit in here, and I hope we can do enough that we can survive off of. We can't place one there because that's where the power is going in, so we'll have to move this over 1 tile. Are we getting radiation in here because we are? As the water goes down, radiation comes in here more. I need a way to power the solar panels without getting radiation issues. And I need 5 tiles thickness on top of the roof. So we need a total of 6 tiles of thickness for us not to get any radiation. We're gonna do a weird snaking system going through here to make sure that we don't get radiation sickness and stuff while inside the base. Let's start by filling that in. That'll help our starting area. We are also going to soon run out of water. We don't have a water source in here except for the ice that's in the core. Anyway, we should be able to add in... Oh, not right there. Solar panels in here. We can have a total of 4, which should be enough to keep us fully charged, because we are still getting some power from the spawn. May not be a lot, but we're still getting some. Radiation here is 0 after adding in 1 tile. Over here is not too important. Actually, it looks like this isn't blocking anything. But it is. It's just blocking less than a tile would. And I know plastic tiles block more radiation, if not all of it. But I don't feel like wasting plastic on just doing this. I do want them to do the solar panels more than the rest of the stuff. I'm not sure why they're doing the tiles first. I am tempted to do a priority on the solar panels. Just stack 4 layers of normal tiles and call it a day. It seems easier than... unless you're on your asteroid that you're creating plastic. I think it's easier just to make tiles. If you're making plastic in the asteroid, I think it would probably be beneficial to use the plastic you're creating there. But anyway, we are starting to make some power here. 74 watts isn't too good, but I think anything is better than nothing. Maybe. I mean, this is doing 800 watts compared to a tenth of that. I don't know if we're actually getting power from these in the way that I want. Yeah, I mean, we are going into nighttime, so that's probably why they're going down. I should probably not worry about it until the next morning. Typically, by the time I get to space, I have hilarious amounts of plastic. Welcome in, Delacoth, by the way. I usually don't. It takes me a while to get plastic enough for me to do all of my ladders in my main base and all the beds. So I don't usually use plastic anywhere else. But now we are getting some power from these. Of course, solar panels don't work during the night. But we do have a battery. And I forgot that they don't need a platform. So I'm gonna cancel those. Radiation, how is that doing in here? I'm not sure why there's radiation getting through this, but not right next to it. It's the same amount of tiles. But for some reason, this ladder keeps saying that there's 1 tile less. And all the tiles are made out of the same material, so I don't know why it's doing this. It's very odd. But another thing that's going to be very odd is how I'm going to make sure that radiation doesn't get through this area. And what I'm going to do is this. And then I can go like this. So what I'm going to do is make a snaking system here so I can put tiles underneath the power cord. And then I should be able to starve off some of the radiation. I just don't understand why I need to put 1 tile right there for the ladder itself. This side's going to have radiation for a while. We're probably safe enough to take away all this, actually. And then I'll also put a ladder line right here, so that when we can't use this anymore, we can still reach everything. Which, after I put this in, I might as well just get rid of this top ladder anyway. I don't know. How are we doing now? We're back up to 80 watts. Okay, it looks like the max we make is 80. We are not making a good amount of power over here. How do I make power in a way that keeps these alive all day long? We don't have a source of water. we don't have any volcanoes or geysers either. Oh, actually, there's an iron volcano. How do we use an iron volcano to make a constant source of power? I'm guessing the iron volcano is further down in the core. As far as I know, there are no bees and there's no uranium on this asteroid. I have been here before and cored it out. Not during the playthrough, but I have been here. Just to make sure. Yeah, we only have 3 biomes. We have the ocean biome. We already dug out completely. That's where we're living in. And then we have the tundra and the space biome. So our core is the tundra biome. So the iron volcano is somewhere. Hold on. In this area. And you can't. Can you send radiation? Because I could make a ton of radiation on our main base and send it here if that's a possible thing. By making a more dense red area. That makes sense. We do have the Wheezeworts. I should probably be using Wheezeworts. I don't know why I didn't think of that before doing these. That would take less power. I don't know why I didn't think of the Wheezeworts. How much radiation do they make per cycle? Is there a way to see that? It makes gas? Consumes gas. Rad overlay, that makes sense. So it is per tile, and I think when I do the science room with Wheezeworts, I usually do 5 Wheezeworts, and that usually gives me a large amount of rads. The radiation from 1 tile away is 307, which is about 100 more. Is there any phosphorus on here to keep these alive? If there's not, we're going to go home, grab phosphorus from our main asteroid, which we are actually creating over there. Our main asteroid's about a cycle and a half away. This is our main asteroid, Wadato. This is our Chiliol. About a cycle and a half. I only recently found out that each tile from home is half a cycle. So there's 3 tiles of travel here. If that answered your question, Leofar, it's three tiles. It will say a 4-tile travel. Wouldn't that depend on rocket speed? It does depend on rocket speed, so I'm going off of my own rockets. It takes a cycle and a half. Our large petroleum rockets take half a cycle per tile. Make an O2 rocket with only nonsense and it's super fast. Then just carry O2. What are we doing the rocket for? Just going back and forth from the asteroid? Because I can bring a large amount of phosphorus and not worry about it. We'll only have to take one trip. If I look in here, we have 442 tons. That's just because we have a... this is not a spaced out size map. It's a classic. And we also have Drecos that are making more. So I could... which I am going to do before we send the rocket back. We're going to set all these to being phosphorus. And then I'll just move it into the rocket. It does make more sense to use the O2 rocket for how close it is, but I'm not worried about the speed of how fast the rocket goes if I only need to make one trip. I also need to think of what else I need to set this up. We already have the stuff to make the Radwell generators and everything. We only need farm tiles. Sorry, the farm tile or the planter box. We don't need the hydroponic stuff because they don't take liquids. Both of these are just made out of dirt. How much dirt did it say we have? We need dirt? Okay, so we need dirt. Is there any dirt visible on here? No, we need a little bit of dirt. This is gonna be dirt. $5,000 is probably fine with the amount of dirt. All of these are 5,000 though, so I want to change them to a full storage bin. They also built in the insulated doors. For some reason, we didn't have any doors. Is your bot smart enough to poke check and catch if you don't have the Pokemon? Yes! We actually just recently built that in. Over the past week, we've been play testing the commands. I am no longer typing it in anymore. So, the moment it says there's a Pokemon in chat, it'll do the exclamation Pokecheck. And then, if I have the Pokemon, the community game does not give a response back. If I don't have it, it says I don't have it, and then my bot will automatically try to catch the Pokemon if it says I don't have it. There are alternative forms of Pokemon. We did a command for that as well. So no matter what kind of Pokemon pops up, it'll try to catch it if I don't have it. And in the last stream on Tuesday, we also did a command for if I run out of balls, that it'll automatically buy more for me, but we have to test that again. The command works, but it didn't automatically work with the community game saying the words. I had to force Firebot to do it. Anyway, Persephone. We were getting ready to go down another 4 tiles. No, taking up plants. Once these guys finish this side, which I don't need any ladders for, we're going to sweep this entire area up top. Did we get everything out of here? We did. Okay. Back to Chilio. Starvation is an issue. Willow is over here. Did all of our food go? No, we're just grounded for some reason. And now all the food went. We need to go just because of our food. So regardless of what we need to look into, we need to send everyone home because we're low on food. Every time I put Surf and Turf in there, they always disappear before we eat it all. So let's go inside the interior and actually drop this to 50. We're kind of wasting all of the food before we even get a chance to eat it all. I did have it up to 100% full storage bin, but that was because we were doing meal lice. But then we stopped making enough of it for the rockets because we were sending our rockets back and forth so often that we were going through our food very quickly. Rad's in this area. So this is now clear, but as you guys can see, it's not... I don't know what's going on in this area. Are these made out of different tile types? No, they're both the same type of tile. I don't understand the radiation in this specific column here. I don't know what's going on there. You put in the tile, then it says it's doing enough radiation. You take the tile away, it says this has radiation. I don't get it. Over here, it doesn't really matter about the radiation. I'm just going to keep doing it just so I don't have radiation going through there. But that'll be for when we come back. So as far as I know, we only need the dirt and phosphorus. What's the priority on these bins? The bins are out of 9, so people should be doing that very quickly. I don't know why Willow is still saying she's starving when she's in the rocket. And they should also be taking off. I was about to say, why are we not taking off? Alright, so when we come back to this asteroid, we're gonna condense this whole thing. If we chop it in half, we might have enough power to run it. And we'll obviously be making the same amount with the amount of Weezeworts we have. I don't know why I immediately went for radiation from the sun instead of using the Weezeworts. Did we get a single percentage more? We did get 1% more since you guys rated in. We were at 26% for the longest time. And just to check, 1.5 cycles. Willow will not survive if she doesn't eat again, but she has food to eat. Same with Gino. They all need to eat at least once in order for them to survive the travel. We have enough food, so I'm not worried about that. You guys are stupid. Where is this lead to? It's in this, okay. We don't need to use this ladder. Deconstruct that ladder. We are now ready to sweep this entire area. And I might as well tell them to sweep inside the liquid locks because they can't drop more stuff in there. Unlike over here where they could have dropped stuff and they did. I also probably no longer need this ladder. So I'm going to deconstruct 7 tiles. They'll do 4 from the bottom and 3 from the top, or they'll get stuck and do the whole thing. Either way, it doesn't matter. That was just so we could deconstruct or dig everything out over here on the left side. There you go. That should be all of the ladders over there. We need these. And as soon as they clear off all that, everything up here is clean. We probably should tell them to dig out the rocket. And what's in our regular pod? We got some plastic. Let's actually put that on Chiliol. And speaking of blueprints, we're ready for a second prediction of the day. So for those who came in with Willow's raid, this is the one that you guys were able to put any points in. We have another 6,900 points in bottoms. We have 500 points in decorations and 860 in wallpaper. So hopefully it's not a building. Hopefully it's not Atmosuit helmet, shirt, or gloves. Yeah, I don't know who keeps putting 6,900 points in bottoms, but whoever it is, I appreciate the effort. Let's see what we get. It's Regus? That sounds like a Regus thing to do. It does. I don't know if it is Regus, but that does sound like a Regus thing. Let's see what we get. It is a onesie. Now, it does say tops here, but I'm considering this onesie as bottoms. So the people that put points in bottoms, you're getting your points back plus an extra 1360. I do, on purpose, do my predictions a little bit weird compared to how everyone else does it. Exactly. Leopard gets the logic, at least. Although I don't think there's like a helmet that goes along with the onesies. Anyway, who won? Because I don't even know who won. Can I see who won? Can you guys see who won? I don't know where to look for some. Oh, it's Arblane! Arblane keeps putting in 6,900 points. Congratulations, Arblane. Can I... Things are happening here. I can't close. There we go. I opened the next one. Nope. I don't know if I opened it or not. Hopefully you guys didn't see anything. And we're going to hold off on the third prediction until about another half hour, and we'll open it at the end of the stream. What happened here? The radiation tile broke. Oh, it got too hot. It's made out of plastic. That's okay, and it also makes sense. Persephone. They're getting through this pretty quickly. Our dupes should be about a cycle away. Actually, they're almost half a cycle away. Did they finish the telephone? They did finish the telephone, so let's go right here. Put the strange brick there. And they're still somewhat working on killing off all of our slugs. We did this just so we can get a little bit of extra hydrogen. There's no other reason for me to do slugs. We also have a lot of debris sitting here. That's stuff that they're sending into the crops, even though we have it automated. I think, what is going on with these plants? Salt water going in. We have salt water. They're in an atmosphere, so the water above it is fine. Why is this not working? Oh, the first one's brine. How did brine get in here? I don't know how 5 kilograms of brine got right there, but somehow it did. Oh, I know how. Why is this water? Oh no, that's salt water. I forgot they changed what it looks like. We added brine to this. We don't want brine added to that. I need one person to come in here and plumb out that pipe. Here they come. And then that should start the flow of salt water, which should start them up again. You did like half of the plumbing and then walked away. What? Why? The beavers in Timberborn do stuff like this. Somebody coming back for it? Anyone? We have 2 plumbers. Is that the plumber there? No. I can't even tell who's doing it. But here comes somebody for it, I think. Alright, back into here. Because I want to cancel it before they do the salt water. So that should... They all have salt water, and this is still not working. Do you guys know what's going on with this? Was there an update that changed how water weeds work? What's the question? It's not growing. It says growth halted due to irrigation, but we have salt water going through the hydroponic farms. For some reason, it's not getting salt water in it. It has brine above it, It has bleach stone in it because that's another fertilizer thing, and then salt water underneath. Although this does say that brine is inside as content. Maybe I have to drain the contents? Empty the storage? Okay, I'll try that. Oh, didn't mean to pause. I'm guessing that's a farmer's task. We also have our rocket returned back to our home base. We have a farmer coming over here. I don't know if they're coming for this or not. Alright, thank you, Leofar. That actually did fix it. We do have a little bit of salt water. They should pick that up and dump it back into our storage bin. I now need to make a way to put brine in this system, which I can do very easily. But the thing that I'm going to do is going to make this look like a little bit of pipe spaghetti so that we prioritize putting brine into the system. So I want to do that, and then I need 2 bridges. The first bridge is going to be bridging on the saltwater coming from outside the base. And this is the bridge over the clean water. They'll build that eventually. Why do we have a liquid drop-off here? Phosphorus and sulfur so that we can cool it as it falls. Okay. That can be brine. I am waiting for them to build this bridge so I can snip this off. There we go. And then whenever they move the brine over is whenever they get around to it. There's rust here, so I'm going to put rust on this. It already is on there. Yet they're not being moved. Auto supers can use this, right? It has to be on sweep only? Oh, I have this on sweep only. That's so it doesn't automatically pick things up from here. Okay. At least I understand why it didn't work right away. I thought we had that automated so it would pick up debris from the printing pod and immediately put it in. But I have it set to sweep only. Are we ready to send this back? We are, but I have to empty the contents over here. Because I know the food and everything is in here. There is still glass in here, that's fine. I'm gonna pause. Make sure this is grounded. Now this will take a little while for them to move everything because it's 20 tons. But I'm not worried about waiting. What I am worried about is how long they're going to do it if I don't put this on a 7. Alright, I wish multiple dupes can do a move command. That, I mean, in a way they can. I think someone else can come over here and pick this up after someone walks away from it. Or is only one dupe really assigned to this at a time? I don't know. It's going to take them a while to move all this phosphorus, so it's one at a time. That's annoying. I thought if a dupe comes up here, they pick up the debris and then they walk away to take it somewhere else. Then another dupe can come around and pick up the remaining debris. But if they have to do the round trip by themselves, that's annoying. I am gonna lock this open if they can do that quickly enough so that we don't have to keep waiting for the door to open and do this a little bit faster. So really high carry capacity is important if you use move a lot. I do, and I do have every duplicate on improved carrying too, so they can all have a plus 800 carrying capacity. No matter what their interests are, I always do the carrying capacity. So I think the max that my dupes can carry is 1600? Could be wrong. 1800 is for them at least, so it's gotta be 1800. Now that I have the door locked open, we should be moving it a lot faster. It would also help if I did ladders going up this side. We apparently don't have enough active players for Pokemon. That's fine. I don't know if anyone actually plays it as much as me and Juno does. How come nobody else is coming up for the other three? Yeah, we have one person doing it. Willow's supplying the rad pills. Let's focus on Persephone for a moment. They've gotten about halfway done. And this keeps breaking. Do I have anything that's better than sandstone? That's overheat plus 15. Do I have something bigger than 15? That would state change the water. I don't have ceramic over here. I could send over a little bit of ceramic though. Let's send over 400 kilograms of ceramic. I'll do 800 kilograms because I saw that we have another aqua tuner that might have the same issue later on. Curative tablets, I guess. I swear there was something else over here. Oh, okay. How are we doing over here? We did finish moving one item. So that means we should be able to queue this up to be moved as well. You took the dirt. Whatever. Hopefully they don't do it again. You have it set up, but you don't actively go to stream with add-on active. That's fair. Not every stream has it, so there's no real point in keeping it on every time. But I also don't go to a lot of streams. So I never turn mine off since it just seems not beneficial to turn off for 3 people. I'm gonna tell them to stop putting surf and turf in here until we're going home. Because that's gonna keep going off. We're pretty much wasting food just sitting here. I'll also tell them to sweep it up. Am I having that error thing where they forget that that's a command? I think I'm having the error thing. Because it should at least be saying that people aren't available for it. But it's saying nobody's here. See, this is what I mean by... Alright. We did have the error thing. I'll turn this back on a sec. We'll do it one at a time, I guess. Just to make sure that we have people available for it. We were also doing this, right? We have 600 in there. That means that we ran out. Yes, we did. Let's turn this on a 7 so we can have that going. How's our supercoolant system going? We have about 4 tons in each tile, so we have about 12 tons, or 16 tons. We ran out of our rare materials. We can still make supercoolant, however. Until our fullerene is gone, we have another 3,000 kilograms. Not 3 kilograms like is in the emulsifier. So we can make a lot more supercoolant if they get around to actually doing that task. Luckily, they should be moving the ceramic over because we just made more. What is going on with this? Why are things being weird? I don't want to cancel these because then they'll start picking up and moving it somewhere I don't want them to be. Or do I have to look at the relocate command in here in order to see who's moving stuff? Even in here, it's not doing it, except for that one. So it's this part I have to look at, not the actual debris. Let's put this on a 9. I want this done sometime today. Jugal's coming up here to do it. I'm not too worried about the gas leaving this area because we have so much. And the more gas that leaves the asteroid, the better my frame rate should be because we'll only be having carbon dioxide after some point. I think we got rid of all the oxygen. I go to gas. We have oxygen trapped over here. That's fine for now. We have a little bit of hydrogen right there. That's also fine. What I don't want is when we leave, the exhaust goes into the base. Papa Rasputin's doing that. I need to not do that one until it's the last one, so that they don't drop it off and then pick it up and take it somewhere else. So how far away are we from completing? Probably 3 more trips and then we're done. Definitely 3 trips. Alright, so I'm gonna go in here after they run away, and I'm gonna grab this command and put that on a line as well. Did they drop any down the ladder here? They did. Okay, that's the part that was saying it was somewhere else. And there's fullerene in there. Why is there fullerene way over here? They shouldn't be traveling that far with fullerene. And they just dropped more. Wonderful. So we're definitely not going to have Temporal Tear open today. I don't think we can do it within an hour. We might. I just don't know if we will. There's super coolant over here on the right. We do not. Don't need to look at depleted uranium anymore. Don't need to look at graphite. Thank you for the new follow. Uranium ore we probably don't have to worry about because we're not doing that much uranium stuff. We were only using depleted uranium for feeding the slugs because that's the only use for it. This is... Oh, they're picking up the stuff from the bottom of the base. Gotcha. So I go back to Budado. There should be somebody down here. Oh, they picked it up. Never mind. So we go back up here and then go into this. We should have someone bringing it up here. Yep. So let's grab this and start making that a 9. They just placed in the debris. How are they doing up Persephone? All the debris up here is done. Let's grab that little bit. And Wudado. I want to make sure that we get this stuff sent over. Oh, I want to... What is that? That's just so that when I do the sweep command, they don't come in here as a dupe and pick it up and take it somewhere else. So that should now allow us to go like this. Don't know why there's only 560 kilograms. No, it's 800. We're going to switch this pipe and this pipe to being ceramic. So if the same thing that's happening down here happens up here, it's already prepared for it. Still did cold damage. How are we making this too cold if it only goes to 30? The thermal aqua tuners only drop the water by 14 degrees each time it goes through it, so there should be no way that we're freezing the water, but we are. What is this supplying water to? This is supplying water to our crops. And the spawn. That's the only two things. It's just the game being less accurate the older the save is, I think. Like it's cooling the wrong packet. Alright, since the lowest I see is 4.4 usually, I'm going to raise this up by 4 degrees and see if that will help the inaccuracy a little bit. I don't want to raise it too far above 30 because then the plants won't be doing good. But I think 4 degrees would get changed by just being in these tiles here. Especially if I make these not insulated tiles, or insulated pipes. But they would get fixed. Hopefully that gets sorted out with that. Widado. Where is the dirt? The dirt's in here. Awesome. We're gonna send this back now. No we're not. How do you have food? What food do you have? Oh, you have pickled meal. Awesome. We don't need to get the surf turf again. We can actually send this out now. And then... once we get out of here, we're going to turn that back onto not being grounded. So that when we get to the other asteroid, we can actually use the food that's in the rocket. Alright, now we go back to focusing on Persephone, where we are going to dig out more stuff again. 2, 3, 4. Grab all of that. And all of this. And there's a part of debris that we have to pick up. Before we do any of that. Over here we have some deconstruct commands to do. A couple ladders that we need, so we need a ladder here. Oh, we need a ladder in this whole entire area. We have to deconstruct this in order for me to put a ladder in there. Mima, you got yourself stuck, didn't you? Now you're unstuck. Okay. Don't know where that liquid came from, but there was a little bit of water there. What is behind there that they just deconstructed? We're going to need to get them to sweep up the sand and sandstone that's going to be on this tile before we go further down on this side. Let's switch over here. I thought I was going to make it before the autosave. I didn't make it. And I'm starting to get tired of seeing the water up here that I'm actually going to come down here and tell them to deconstruct these two tiles. The water has been on the ground for so long. That should give us enough room to start picking it up with this. I also ended up getting glossy Dracos. Do we have an egg cracker? We do. We want to get rid of glossy Dracos. We only wanted a little bit of Dracos over here for the fibers. What are they called again? Reed fiber. What's in the pod? We'll grab the sand. Over here is ready for us to dig more. Get all of that. Deconstruct. All of that. You just got yourself stuck. I do need a ladder there to get that one tile. No, I don't. Do need a ladder here, and a few in this area. To that point. You're gonna try to get yourself stuck over here, but it's not gonna work out. Do we finish everything on the left side of the asteroid and then continue going further on the right? The right seems to have less. Maybe we do everything on the right side. That's what we're going to do. Once they finish in this area and they're no longer stuck, we're going to do everything on the right side. We actually don't need that ladder, but we placed it in anyway. Mimo's probably going to start getting hungry soon. Luckily, they're free now. I'll let them settle down for a little bit. Let's check in on the rocket, which should be 0.2 cycles, yep. Depending on who's piloting. What we normally do is have a reservoir before or after the opportunity so that the pockets equalize. That is a great idea, honestly. It would be too much work for me to build that in now. But I could probably add that to my aquatuner setups in the future so that we don't have to worry about it. Anyway, our people are about to be in Chiliol. Thankfully, there's an autosave beforehand, so if anything from here happens incorrectly, we can just send them directly home right now. And this is cycle 2309. Hopefully I remember that in the future. Alright, so what I'm going to do now that I have all of the stuff is... We'll probably just sweep it out, right? Probably the easiest thing to do first. They're probably going to build something. No, they're going up here to deconstruct that. Don't need to build those tiles. We do need to build these tiles, though. I have a feeling I need one more tile here. I don't. But I do need one more tile right there, so we'll do that. That should be all the radiation proof over there that we need. And let's do right there as well, so we can save this area. Obviously, we don't need a tile right here, because we have this big pillar. I'm doing it anyway. We'll get rid of all that. Oh wait, no. We need these tiles here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we need these 3 tiles. After we do this, we'll move it. Another good part about using reservoir is you can shorten or lengthen the loop, and you're already with storage of liquid to add and store liquid to the loop. It does make more sense. I'm definitely going to do it in the future, but we're focused on doing the Temporal Tear. We're not really going to be spending much time on this. And that one tile was enough to get all this emptied, and we apparently need tiles over here. But we're also not coming up there often, so I don't care about it. Alright, we are sweeping out the debris. We're going to have to sweep up down here as well, because I know they're dropping stuff. And the only things that are left in here for us to sweep out of here is the phosphorus, so we're good to start building. I want to do... trying to think of how I want to do this. We can't block the window tiles. So let's do farm tiles as low down as we can. And we don't want to block that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Why am I hearing banging noises? Thought someone was knocking on the door. Nobody's there. I think what I'll do is just do a staircase going up this way diagonally. Made out of just farm tiles. We'll start with 5. We'll need to deconstruct this. And let's deconstruct the things that aren't mostly full. So that would be all of these. You know, I'm just going to deconstruct the whole thing. No, we don't want to deconstruct this yet. Now we can deconstruct this ladder. So what I'm going to do over here as soon as I get rid of that ladder is we're going to be putting these right here. It has to be 2 tiles above the farm tile because that's how big the weasels are. We're gonna have to do something different. If we do 4, they're all gonna be facing this way. I know I can make this go straight down and then we'll get it in there. But what I'm gonna do is this. That's not what I meant to do. I keep pressing all the wrong buttons because I got used to rotation button on Timberborn. This is gonna be facing straight down. Is this going to block the rad bolt? Now that I'm looking at it, I don't know if that's not what I'm going to do. I don't know if it's actually going to... Can I click on mod, please? I don't know if this is going to block that or not. But I wanted to make sure that this was still a room. We could move this up 1 tile. I need to dig to 5 different Weezeworts. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. And then I just have to figure out how we're getting up to them. Maybe. What are you doing? The little one's being playful, I guess, would be the way to describe it. Come down to there. And then we just need to figure out how I'm getting over to here, which we can do this. And then... that. I think that's all we need, but I also want to put a door right here. Doesn't have to be an insulated door. I am getting annoyed by this debris that's up here. Shovel eggs, I don't care. What did I just increase? Did I increase the pedestal? I did. I don't think we need the pedestal there anymore. Inside here, they clean that all up. I'm gonna tell them to clean up this bottom area. That probably has a lot more phosphorus. What are they doing out here? Oh, they're picking up all this. Do I have enough to put this back in? I do. Let's put this back in so we have an actual room here. I should not be able to build more at once than before. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I should have kept those rad bolt generators in until this was all fully set up. Is it sleep time? Is that why everyone disappeared? We're not at the point that we should have more than one person down here doing stuff. We do have at least another 2 confirmed Weezwarts we can use. There might be more further down, but we don't know yet. I do still have that on the upper command. There we go, we can now set this up to be Weezwarts. I also forgot to set that up to be Doug. How are we doing on food here? How much of this is stale? None of it's actually stale. Nice. Now, the next thing we need to do is connect the power into this area, so I'm just going to go like this. Then we should start making rad bolts while also saving power. Did they get the last one? They still didn't even get to this one yet. I do have to make sure that this doesn't send rad bolts in too quickly. So every now and then we have to check that. But I also did that so that we could still get the debris once we add another 2 Weezwarts to this. They should be able to grab this now. I'm not sure if once they dig it, they'll be able to grab the debris. Or I guess the seed in this case. Oh, they can. Nice. So now we should be making this a lot more faster. We are definitely making it 6 times faster. So if Leofar had said nothing about Weezwarts and Radbolts, we would have been sitting here for a while trying to get this to work. Because that just went up maybe 3%, maybe 4%. Not exactly sure how many percentages it went up. But we had 1 Radbolt thing and now we're above 30. So you know what I'm going to do? I am going to continue adding tiles here. And try to get this increased 2 more. I don't know how many Radbolt generators I can fit with the Weezwarts here. I could probably do 1 above the last Weezwart. But I'm going to do it with keeping them to the side of it instead. Because I don't know how many of these we're going to need and how long we're going to need them for. With this being already at 32%. Alright, let's start planning to get another Wheezewort. Here's the Iron Volcano. And the last two Wheezeworts would probably be easiest just to go straight down and then dig over to them. Especially if I went like this. Because if we dig here, then the snow's going to fall, and so will Wheezewort. Do need to make sure to dig that out. We don't need to dig this. Those... I don't care too much about. Oh, that's not the one I want to stop at. We want to go to here. That'll give us 2 more Wheezeworts to use. Overload damage. From the power cord, we can't do more than these. I'll just deconstruct them. I could put them on another line. Like with the spawn. Which you probably should do. That would get the potential load to drop. Yeah, let's do something different with these. We go across into here. But also to there. This is just going to go straight across. We should be able to build all of that. So I want to disconnect that actually. So we're going to keep getting overload damages until this is done. And also that. If they did the power cords leading to the pump, we could cut that off and have that solely on this, the spawn. I think that's what's sending this over the edge, is when that kicks on for a moment. Oh, there's one tile they can't do. Regular blueprint, we'll take the mulewood seed. I actually don't need those 3 window tiles. They don't serve a purpose. As far as I know, they're not lowering the rads. Oh, they do actually. Wow. I didn't know that they lower rads. Once they place that in, we can cut this bottom portion. That should save a tiny amount. Okay, now if they can do these 4 conductive wires, we can get the pump off of here. There we go. I'm gonna pause for a second, connect this in, tell them deconstruct that, but also disconnect it. That should mean that these can't go over 2 kilowatts. Yes. So now this should forever work correctly now. It'll just be an issue on if the transformer can stay powered. Did we get all the way down here? We did not. We're almost out. Oh. Let's cancel the sweeping of this and just relocate it. So I guess right there, I don't know what else to do with it. Oh, we have the sleet weed in there, gotcha. Now they're getting over to the Weezeworts that we're probably not actually going to use. Ah, they were so close to finishing that. They just had 2 more tiles. I wonder, if I put Weezeworts on this side, would they get enough radiation from it? I can probably pull that off. Because I can put fertilization from underneath. Let's see if we can do anything with this. We'd still be using the same amount of generators. And let's take a look at Persephone while we're here. Because they've probably been just sitting here. They are still having issues with water. And that's too much water. Great. I want to see if they can store all this water that I just had them mop up. We did send a bunch of water out here that got turned into ice. We could come back in here and try and grab it. What's going on right here? Irrigation. Thanks for the new follower. Let's see what's wrong with this. That's water. Do you need polluted water? No, you need water. What's going on with us? Oh, we actively don't have water coming in here. Not sure why all of a sudden we don't have water coming in. This should have made water come out a lot more frequently. Oh, I didn't change this either. We changed that to 34 as well. We should have the water coming back out. So if we give this a little bit of time, it'll start working again. It's already starting to back up. Awesome. Okay, we're not going to sit here and wait for that. They did finish cleaning all that out. I do want to get into here and dig up all of this. We're not actually going to move the ice, but I want to move it, dig it so that all this water can drain into there. Is this set to ice and snow? It is. Let's turn that off. Welcome in, first time chatter. I'm gonna try to pronounce your name. Charmich? By the way, just want to ask, why are you cooling water that's just getting consumed? It's because of the plants. The water has to be cooled down enough for the plants not to die from the water. Other than that, I wouldn't be caring too much about it. Especially with it going straight into the spawn. I would normally just cool the oxygen, not the water. Water temp doesn't matter, the temp of the plant itself does. Yes, however, the ambient temperature of the water sitting in the tile can increase the temperature of the plant enough. And I do have a cooling loop past the plant. So now this should be turning into ice quick-ish. And I don't know if this is going to overflow again, but we're going to start... I said we were going to do the right side of the colony, so let's do this. I'm also going to pause because I don't know what's going on the other asteroid. All of that, deconstruct. I want to do deconstruct all. And then, as far as I can tell, they can get up and dig out all of this without any additional help. Chili all. We are ready for one Wheezewort. There should be two. There's a seed right there. I'm gonna guess that there's a seed behind this, even though it doesn't say buried object. A gold amalgam far tile will stop most heat. Really? Okay, we might do that. There we go. Now we have two seeds. Surprised that didn't say buried object, but I guess because the crop was underneath. I actually want to do that so that it's 7. That should give us a little bit more radiation. I'm not too sure how the red wells are going to do up here. We're definitely having issues with power. And there goes one of my earbuds. I think we may have cut off radiation to these. Not too sure. How close are we? We're still not even halfway done. And it's mostly due to the amount of power we're creating in this asteroid. And I don't know if the solar panels are going to work well enough for us to keep power with the solar panels. Like if we add more solar panels, I don't know if that's going to actually help us. Let me look at the power spine. Current load, we'll say current load goes up to 2 kilowatts. How much power do we produce? I'm going to say this is just 800 here. This fluctuates, we'll say 250, so that's 1050. When these are going, they do about 80 each. $10.50 plus 240, that's $12.90. How many more would I need? If we did another 4, we would get up to about 1,500, if not more. That would give us power more often, but I don't think I have enough space for 4 more before the rocket. Yeah, I don't have enough space for 4 more before the rocket. So we wouldn't even get up to 1,500. We have puffs! We've been waiting to get puffs because our puffs died. Finished rocket station, one planet that space and rocket. Oh, you guys are talking about solo adventures? Alright, this one person... Amy should be taking the puck all the way over to its ranch. Why they didn't just take the... That's weird. Okay, so now we should be starting ranching puffs again. That will slowly get us into doing these because we'll put a prince in each one of these. Which will then start making the individual things. I will have to micromanage this for a little bit. Why is it saying toilets are an issue over here? Toilets are not an issue unless you're talking about inside this. Which is turned off, so they shouldn't even be working on that. I don't... Now it's trapped. Okay, somebody trapped is different. Where? How in the world did you get up there? Come on, get down. That's the wrong thing. Q. There we go. That hasn't gone over the edge yet. Okay, so I think we're ready to continue digging more on this asteroid, at least. Starting to get to the point where I have to start making staircases to go down this side. And we shouldn't need... Actually, we do need one ladder. Right there. Chill y'all. I don't think we can do anything other than patiently wait for this to be done. The only thing I could think of doing is cutting off the rad bolts for a little bit, letting the hydrogen generator fill up a bunch of batteries, and then running these for a little bit. I don't know if we could automate them like that. I probably could put a battery over here and say if the battery is 50% full. No, because I would just... There's just too much power being drawn compared to what we can create. I could put another electrolyzer in this setup and create a little bit more hydrogen that way. That would probably help us. It wouldn't take too long to set up. The rad belts are for opening the Temporal Tear. We need to fill this up to 100%, and then it will open the Temporal Tear. I don't think we need this set. Average, the rads aren't the issue, it's the power. We don't have the power running constantly for them to be generating the rad bolts. They do, however, get about 180, almost 200. Alright, I'm gonna send everyone back home. Because they're not really serving a purpose here anymore. This is all automated because all they have to do is drain the water from here, and I think that's still going on. Hold on. Because at some point we're gonna have polluted water come through this. And I don't think water going through the desalinator causes any issues. No, not seeing any broken pipes, so the water just goes straight through. And we have a while before the polluted water starts flowing out of here. So they all left. One issue we'll have is that these are gonna run out of phosphorite. So I kind of do need the dupes to live here. We're going home anyway. Make sure that we have enough food to stay there for a while. I mean, inside right now we have enough food, but I know at some point that pickle meal is going to go bad. And I'd rather make sure we have enough food than to find out later that we're dying because we're starving. So let's not do that yet. Sweep up this. As we won't be able to get that later on, and start digging over here. We'll need ladders. And also dig in here. Alright. Before we raid out, let's do our third and final prediction. I forgot to start that a half hour ago. So, in the top left corner, the little blue button, is that going to be another thing of clothing being tops or bottoms? Or is it going to be buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide starting now. And right before we raid out, we will do that prediction. So we have at least 10 minutes left of the stream. I do kind of want to tell them to sweep all this out, but we're going to be picking up all this debris and walking it across here. And this... still getting hurt. Not the aqua tuner, but the pipe behind it. At least we can start getting all this liquid, or all this water, I mean. Which has been annoying me since we first got here. That gets me to there, so this... we dig out to here. We don't need these anymore. And from here on, I have to figure out how in the world we're going to get down here. We can go there, we need to be here. Alright, that's how we're getting down. Yeah, we have a hatch here that we can kill off. Let's also go into Curious Sputnik and make sure this is grounded when we get back to the home planet. We have a bunch of water here that we're gonna probably just leave sitting here at the bottom. What's in this? I'll take the seed. So over here, we can get all the way down here until we get to this point where we need to go like this in order to be able to continue going further down. Let's do our 4 over here. That's only 3. That's 4. We have a little bit of muckroot. Can I not get to this anymore? I think I can. Also, my earbud fully died. So you guys might be occasionally hearing the game twice as an echo, because my speakers are working now. I can't get across here without one ladder. get to here. We'll dig out that abyssalite, but that'll be the last of that. We're gonna need a couple of ladders over here. And I mean that... Actually, not literally. We don't need a ladder at all. Need to cancel. Come on. Oh, I wanted to place that. We need to get this debris. For some reason you guys can't get up here, so let's dig that out. Actually, let's not dig that out. We'll just do a single ladder right there. Because if I dig that out, then they can't reach that. There is another hatch, if not the same hatch. We shouldn't need any ladders over here. We also have Curious Sputnik back at home. How is Chili all doing with nobody there? So by the time that they got home, the plants over here died. We definitely need them to be living here. How are we doing with fueling? Fueling is done. What about food? Pickled meal's doing okay. I want to go into Chiliol and tell this not to have sweet wheat in it, because all of that is sweet wheat. And I'm going to tell this to be on a 9 so that when we get here, we take all the food out of the rocket and place it in there. All except for the non-perishable stuff. I did a 2-block wide here, in case someone would put a pump down here to get this water later on. They apparently can't get down here, so we'll have to do this and this. Now, next thing I want to do is not send that. Up to edible. I want to send the non-perishable foods over. That stuff's in here. So we have muckroot and swamp chard hearts. We'll send all of that to our main asteroid. We don't need this bin anymore then. That should then in turn go through our debris chiller, which will then end up somewhere up here. Eventually, after a couple minutes, it'll end up in a rocket, is pretty much what's happening here. And our debris chiller works so well that there's never anything hidden in here, even with igneous rock. We did send swamp chart hearts, right? Is this a swamp chart heart? No, this is all sulfur. I don't know where the swamp chart hearts went. While they're sitting here doing nothing, let's deconstruct that. There's yet another hatch. Let's start having them pick up everything now. And what's the gas situation look like in this area? A lot of polluted oxygen, a lot of chlorine. Not too much carbon dioxide, which I'm surprised. There is a lot of hydrogen. We could change this. Let the chlorine go down there, and then the chlorine will freeze at some point. Let's try doing that. I'm going to open this. I want to try and get the hydrogen out of here if I can, although it's going to go into the high places, like in this area. Although there's kilograms of hydrogen. We'll see what happens. Did this get the swamp chard hearts and the hexen? Or pickle? No. Wait. Are we not queued up to have everything? Definitely does have muckroot did not get placed in here yet. Neither did the swamp chard hearts. Do we even have everything in here? I do see muckroot. There's 43 kcows. And I do see the swamp chard hearts. Okay. Where are they at? What's an ingredient? We want the one that puts it into in-game food. I'm gonna... This sweep only? No, it's not sweep only. I'm gonna make sure that this... Let's see what they do about this. Regular pod, Slickster is the only thing on there. Don't want Slicksters. We do have the prediction, the final prediction ready. Welcome in, who knows, yo? This the new Dark Souls games I've been hearing about? No, it is not. So that brings the Muckroot up here, which then sends it through, which should end up over here at some point. They are picking up the Swamp Chart Hearts now, so I'm going to make sure that everything's done, and then we're going to go like this. Once I get to the top of this. I want to relocate this. Max priority. They were about to do a loop. I don't want them to do that. I am doing great, Cabby. How have you been? I know for a while now our schedules have not been able to link up. I haven't been able to stop in and say hi on your streams, but that was because of work. Now I'm not working anymore because it's summer. But I should be moving all this food into our rocket. You guys are all over the place time-wise too? That's okay. I think I need to put this refrigerator on a 6. It's on a 5. They should be moving it anyway. Probably just don't have enough idle dupes right now. Happy Thursday to you too, Cabby. Okay, let's do a last prediction while we're waiting for food to move around. We have only 30 points of wallpaper, so I hope whoever did that wins. It is a pair of tops. We have now got an Atmo helmet. Earlier, I think we had the Atmo suit, or we had a helmet. Don't remember. The outcome is tops. Taking your points. I had a feeling, Gino, that it was you. Alright, that's going to be the end of that. We do need to send this rocket back, and I don't think I'm going to wait for them to fill this. They actually did fill it. Let's bring this up to 100 and see how much food they have in here. 100 kilograms. We could take the pickled meal out of here. That's in the rocket. Or I could just be more patient. Majority of this is muckroot. Gabby, do you still use Firebot? Because I have now automated Firebot into catching the Pokemon for me. I did not type anything in chat. Got rid of it a while ago. I mean, it was acting up pretty badly, Firebot. They, I don't even know what version I'm on now, but they updated it. And it changed it, making it a lot easier for me, so I never ended up getting rid of it. But I was, for a while, thinking of doing the same thing. Is it still at 50? How do I get people to do this now? Yeah, I have it every time a Pokemon appears, it does Pokecheck. Only if it then tells me I don't have a Pokemon, does it try to catch the Pokemon. And I also just recently on Tuesday set up a command that when I run out of balls, it automatically buys 30. Hey, I caught the Pokemon. Caught the little dog. Why not catch everything? Because I already have this stuff. I don't need more than one. Are they gonna fill this or not? I'm getting annoyed here. I don't like putting things on max priority just so something gets done, but... I don't know if there's IVs in this... Stream Elements thing. Not Stream Elements. Right, this should be making a puffed prince egg. The percentage is probably going to keep going up. And then the first egg will go in here. That'll hatch. Once they put the puff prince up here, I will move it to a different place so that it will start making squeaky and dense puffs, which will then make this guy make another prince egg. If we're lucky, it'll make 2 eggs before it dies, if I pay attention well enough. For some reason, you have an IV reset in your inventory. Oh, maybe they do also do IVs here. Congratulations, Leofar! I didn't know you were going to college. That's awesome. That's a great way to end the stream. I've been just waiting for this to be ready before we end the stream. It is now ready, so we're gonna send the rocket out to Chiliol. After the rocket blasts off, we will check in on Persephone, see how they're doing on their sweep commands, and then we'll find someone to raid out to. Now, on Sunday, when we come back, Willow will be doing a 12-hour stream. So I'm debating on if we will choose someone else or if we will do our traditional thing of raiding Willow just to bully her while she's doing 12 hours. We'll figure that out in 3 days. Okay, Rocket is out. Persephone's still sweeping up a bunch of things. That's probably going to take a very long time, so we shouldn't really expect that to be done yet. So we should be good to save the game and find someone to raid out to. So before I do that, let me catch up on chat in case there's something important I've missed. Not only did you graduate high school, or not high school, I hope you graduate high school before going to college. Not only did you graduate college, but you also have an interview tomorrow. I wish you well, and I know you're going to get the job. I don't know what it's for, but you're going to get it. I think that's it to catch up to, because I remember I was caught up before Kevy came in. So, let's do a hard save, as we do in every game. We're then going to do save and quit, because I don't trust saves. When I used to play Pokemon in school, I would save the Pokemon games 3 times before closing off the game. And that has carried over into every other game afterwards. So quit the desktop, we're going to save and quit. Then we go into our raid out scene and find out who we're going to raid out to. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.